Welcome back. Can I manually set the height of this? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Like that. I'll actually move this one up. Really enough down needs to be seen. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'll take it. Back in business, baby. before I get started. Uh, Happy 4th. I downloaded all of these about 3 years ago. And I think they might have similar quality, but I may revisit to see if they can be useful for the project. I'm speaking into my phone, by the way, on contacts. All right, we're ready to do let's work. Got my water. Hope everyone has a fantastic 4th of July. Whatever you're gonna do to celebrate. What? Okay, we're hoping to work now. I want to work on this area right here. Let's do it. Everything's not gonna be the spec, but let's make it look good. So first off, let's start with a building wall. Start with the wall. We're gonna stick to our wall thickness and just grab a box. Jesus, not that weird. This is a reference. As always, as usual, I'll go into model mode to create a box. Just place it on the normal of the wall that I already have built. We'll hit accept, and then we'll go into polychromatic to then adjust the width of this wall or face. Now let's go back over to my site and bring my wall. Here. Now I have to figure out which piece of photogrammetry game, which folder I have. This has been one of the best ways to bring in this photogrammetry is by isolating little plots of land. Mic check 1 2. Isolating little plots of like little dots, I guess you can say. But I don't know what's what. There we go. It makes it much faster instead of having to access all of the photogrammetry that I've imported at once. Uh, yeah, it's been very helpful. Now let's go to transform. And I think we're fortunate to have a 90-degree angle on this building. Footprint. Before we focus on the silhouette, I'm gonna bring this down a little deeper. And now we're gonna go into 3D mode and just copy and paste and enable 45 degrees angle snapping, location snapping, stretch it. It's actually fit here. I do want them to overlap. Let's go ahead and go back into let's convert this one to a new static mesh. Okay. Using 3D snapping helper really helps because it can guarantee that our mesh is connected at the corners. We go to right. Usually I don't do much of the don't slant my rooftops on here. You know, that might not be a bad practice, to be honest. Might not be a bad practice. Something I could start doing. And we're going to do that for this. And see what we. Problem is, it takes just slightly longer to get the design exactly how you like it when you do decide to do that. And dude, everybody's trying to lowball Facebook Marketplace. What is your bottom dollar for this item? Like, maybe I already have this marked down like to 30%. And you know, actually, instead of that's the problem. Yeah, just slant the roof. What I need to do instead is create something to cut it out. So let's go 3D snapping helper. Let's grab this, rotate it at 45-degree increments. And we're going to move it here. Stretch it upward. And stretch it upward. So I guess an easy way to accomplish this would be to reverse it first. Move it down to there. And then figure where the next part is. Shut this off first. Say this gets cut off about here. Move this one over. So it goes down to about there. So I think my computer's having a hard time with this display. So what I'm going to do is change the refresh rate. It's already set to 50 hertz. It's pretty low, I think. Display, let's set it to the recommended scale. Geez. HDR is off. TV settings might help. Picture mode. Special viewing mode, sports mode, game mode. be for now. Yeah, let be. All right, let's get this last one. This one comes down to about. Actually, this one's a little bit higher than the others. All right, now, and then what I'll do is I'll invert the depth, height, whatever. And we'll use this in a Boolean operation. So cut. Yeah. All right, let's turn our photogrammetry off. It's 13 and 14. I really only need 14 actually. And then let's do some polygon bedding. All right, so not as bad as I thought it was going to be. To make those minor changes. Keep that as is. Okay, let's accept that. Oh, I mean, it's done, I guess. And let's create a box. And just do a polygon edit. So these interior corners. One experience that I would love to recreate, if I can get some help finding recorded video footage and photos, is the Peabody Jillian's at Peabody Place. Would love to recreate that. Jillian's at Peabody. So I can make my own like 90s-esque videos. All right, so this one's the floor. Let's go ahead and drop it down to the sidewalk level. Let's probably prevent it. Let's grab it all. And then drop it down to sidewalk level. And then I want to duplicate everything. So let's grab all my faces. Duplicate and move them up to here. And then we're going to have to turn on the photogrammetry again. So I want this rooftop to be a bit slanted. It's 13, 15. And then what I could do is actually move this out to here. It's happening right now. Oh. Yeah. I like that. You like that. I'll prevent this and see if we can get it to snap down. There. All right, that's that. So all my walls are golden. Now I need to add a box. Yeah, my TV. Okay, hold on. It's being right. Uh, Excuse me. I'm using an 8K HDMI cable plus an 8K DisplayPort to HDMI converter. The TV keeps turning on and off, or the signal keeps going on and off. Let's go ahead and merge these. Let's give them a union. I'll prevent it. Merge these faces here. As well as spaces. They're marking out the face that need merging. Let's simplify by groups. Except top of the floor. He hits Zersky. And like how this is going to turn out. And that's spatially loaded. Let's turn. What's that? Anything else spatially loaded in here? I don't think so. Sure not. All right, all of these windows, except for two, are the same size. So, here's what we're going to do. Go into 3D mode. Move it to the wall a bit. Let's see if we can appropriately space this. Keep in mind, we're not looking for perfection. But as long as it looks close to good enough. It's a great start. Just kind of get the average here. 3D snapping helper 3D has helped me speed up this whole process. All right, now here we have a smaller window. Whoops. Is that one? Okay, yeah, there's one. Locked. All right, and then I don't know that the separation between these two are the same. I think they are, so we're gonna just go for it. Regular sized window. Same amount of separation. Another regular sized window. I'm not fun on grabbing 2 items. It's wait a minute. Okay, okay. I was wrong. It wasn't a super regular size window. It was a tiny one. Let's see. Regular window, separation, tiny window. This spacer. And then regular window. Spacer and another regular one. And then I take all of those windows. Let's see if this will work. I expect it to. And I should be able to stretch it. No, can't do it like that. Let me think. I mean, this is pretty close. This is pretty close. Now the only thing I want to do is center this whole thing. So in order to do that, I need let's see. Let's duplicate one of these really quick. And then let's go in modeling mode, polygroup edit. No, convert. Polygroup edit. Let's bring it out to here. Yeah, there it goes again. Something with my TV. What's happening, TV? It's my computer doing it. Let me Google this real quick. I'm going to unplug and plug this cable back up real quick and see if that helps. Yeah. All right, that may help. All right, so now let's turn off photogrammetry. Turn on this, and we're going to get this centered. So to do that, the easiest thing to do would be to transform this, move it to this wall, and then create two boxes, basically. Well, one box. Or I'll be bad at this. No. Let's just duplicate it. Convert it. I'll be bad at insert edge loop, even, set to 1. And then we're going to push pull the face out. And now all I have to do is grab all of these boxes and transform using one pivot point. To here. Wait. And that centers all of those windows exactly where they need to be. It also gives me the exact placement of this roof detail. So let's go poly edit. Let's go transform. And let's polygroup edit it. Selecting faces. Duplicate. Move it to here. I guess technically what I would want to do would be the opposite. Can I? Just grab one of these boxes. Push it into the roof a little bit here. See how the end that is cut. Probably something like this will do. What I would want to do though is I want to take these edges and see if I can give them a bevel. Accept. All right, and then I can accept and do a Boolean operation. And that gives me my font detail right there. Fortunately for us, where these windows are placed is also exactly where the openings for these doors and windows on the bottom are. So this should be an easy add. So I can grab these three, or actually I can just move this one, convert it, polygroup edit, and accept. That gives us two openings. Let's go transform it and move it to this side. I can delete this. And these two. You take one of these, convert it, polygroup edit, just grab it all, just down. And then the sides here to here. And that gives me the center opening. Grab this, convert it, oh shit, and then move it here and rotate it 45-degree increments, take 90 degrees, and move it to this side of the building. And that'll give me the placement of those windows in terms of its height. I think these windows are the same height as the ones in front of the building. And then you have these little holes in the front. Not sure. Yeah, I guess I could do something like that. It's about 1, 2, 3. It's about 4 like this. So let's copy, paste it, bring it up, convert it. We will turn this off for a second and turn on, I think it's 14. Stretch it. think. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about a fourth of the height of this box and a fourth wide. So all I have to do then is just take that, go here, grab everything, move it back up, and we're going to insert some edge loops. Cut it by 3 loops. Okay, we want to push pull. Let's get rid of these. Now insert edge loops again. Okay. And then push pull these. And that should be the exact size of that hole. Now just to reposition it. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3. There's no telling the exact height of this, so we can just make an estimated guess. Okay. And I think this is sitting pretty much in the middle of this. So if I wanted to take this, let me think if I would do this. I could probably regret it, I guess. I don't want to do all that. Let's see. Let's change the pivot to center. Let's change the pivot of this to center. Let's make it unique. Add pivot, center. Now, can I center these two? Let's see. I don't know if that's an option. So here's what I'll do. Thinking. Let's move this down. Polygroup edit and just transform it first to here. Actually, transform would probably just be a better option. And then transform this one. And then we can transform this to the edge of this, and that centers it. All right, my drafting teacher would always say there are 6 different ways to do everything, and there's no right way. there's no one right way if you can correctly do, perform some task using a different way, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, one way might work, another way might work. There's always 6 different ways that leads to accomplish every task. Now to divide this, what I would have to do, I guess, is let's control, copy, paste, transform it. Let's move this here and then transform it to here. And that will center it there. Now I have to divide that by 6, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6 more underneath them spaced. So what I do now is I will copy and convert this, polygroup edit it. This is where Unreal Engine's tools could use an improvement. Because when I do the pattern, when I use the pattern tool, it only works in the world space coordinates and not local coordinates. So the world grid is not aligned to the orientation of this building, so it won't create a pattern along the face of the building. And that's the issue. That's the main issue. Now I want to, let's see, let's probably regret that one more time real quick and then give it some space. We needed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more of these blocks, right? So let's go into 3D space and create those 6 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's delete. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. Let's go back into modeling mode. Polygroup edit this, stretch it to here. And of those 6, how many spaces do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to divide this. So polygroup edit, insert edge loop, and we'll do 6, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And then I can perform a push-pull operation. Accept. Go back into 3D mode. Now, move this here. 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 Move that there. If you understand what's happening, shout out to you, because problem solving 101. It's all math. Maybe we can use that as a reference for something else. And now they're all spaced like they're supposed to be. Oh man, dude, killing the game. This, like, I just want it to look correct, you know? To look correct. It doesn't have to be. I just want it to look correct. Now, as far as these awnings covering these windows, I think I need to get the door. I think I know what I'm looking for. I need to look for. Is it this one? It's not that. Uh-oh. Let's figure out where that door. So we had some building that used. Here it is. So I want to create a box that has about this height. I'll bring this down to our sidewalk. Let's put her about right there. Let's go and transform this. And now, bring it down. To the top of our sidewalk. Yes. It's going to be about the same height. All right, and this will give me something slightly off somewhere. Is this leaning? What? Certainly feels like something's leaning. It's weird. It would be cool if I can view lines that show whether an edge is actually aligned with an axis. Okay, let me go with this. We're going to take all of these. We are going to transform using shared gizmo and move it down to this height. And then we're going to polygroup edit. I could even combine these in a union. And polygroup edit to bring each of the bases down to here. This now gives me the appropriate dimensions for things to cut out, but let's bring in a door in that space. No, you know what? I'll take it. I'll keep it like that. We don't need to make it too complicated. Let's go ahead and do a boolean on this. Um, yeah. Now, so color bed. I need to figure out my door width first before I make any changes. Move this out of the way. And I know I have a door in the model already. So we're just going to use that door. Let's figure out the rotation of this. Right click, shift right click on the rotation, and then shift place here. And then we can a 45-degree adjustment. Easy, easy, easy. That's great. No, I'm probably just going to physically place this, manually place it out. Looks like it's kind of inside a little bit. So let it sit back and kind of recess in there. All right, now what I can do is I can take this or let's just copy paste this whole thing, burn to the static mesh, probably put edit, and then we're going to grab these, invert selection, delete, and then do a push pull. And to get it at the average height of what it looks like it should be. So about there. It's right down the hair. And then do an extrusion. Wait, first, before I do that, I need to grab this here. And then extrude. All right, and then do a push pull front of this. So if I can bring it out to this wall. And grab these this lower edge. And then push it in just a hair. Now for the windows, you can get rid of these top blocks, but I'm keeping them in case I need to use them as to reference something, I guess. I want to copy and paste. First, let's make it a union. Let's do a copy, paste, then a Boolean. And then we'll polygroup edit the windows. To fit flush into the wall. I think something I could do with this is let's copy paste. Let's cut off one. Let's go to polygroup edit. And let's assume that one of those I copy and pasted was, let's cancel. Actually, let's convert it to a new static mesh. One will be window, one will be trim. Let's copy paste it. Shut one off. Let's convert this one again to a new static mesh. And then let's turn this building off. Now let's grab all of this and do polygroup edit. I want to select basically all the faces and then deselect the front and back faces. And then do a push pull, but we want to single vertex normals. See if this is going to work. I don't think it will, but I don't know until we try. No, not vertex normals. There we go. Select the triangle normals even, right? All right, now let's go down. There we go. That's the effect I was looking for. And let's bring them in just enough to give us like a profile. I would say that that's pretty solid looking. So if we're going to cut this out. Okay. accept. Let's copy, paste it, convert it, accept. Let's turn the other one off. Polygroup edit. Let's do the same thing, just with select everything minus the faces. And then push pull, selected triangles, normals, even. And then just do a tiny indent. Again. Accept. All right, I'm going to move this one out. Oh no, it looks like it's let's transform. Edit the pivot. Let's move it here. Accept. Let's turn it around. Let's turn the other on. So we take this one. Just call it trim. Editing the pivot point of all of these. But they're relatively the same, or at least in the correct orientation. And then what I can do is turn them all on, and just move each one so that I can get an idea for what's what. All right, so as you can see, I have one that's slightly smaller, one that's even smaller, and then these two are about the same. Okay, so one will be used. What I'll do is I'll stretch this one out. and do a Boolean on the big one and the tiny one, except. And then I'll move this one in just enough to give me like tiny profile in there. Let's edit the pivot in this again. Actually, yeah, let's edit the pivot. Just so that I can stretch it. Or like make it tiny. All right, and then I'll take this and just barely put it in there. And I'll duplicate it and do the same thing on the other side. And then I'll do Boolean operation. And then I'll take this and put it in there a little bit, and then we'll make sure that you can see the details on both sides. And that's going to be our window. And then I can copy paste this outer part and then do a Boolean. And for that, you'll have, actually, never mind. I'll let them kind of stay together like that. Now, I'm going to edit the pivot of both of these at the same time and just set it to here. And I'll move it into the wall. And that's our window detail done. Now, I don't think I want to care to create the detail for the facade of this right now. Come back to that another time. But what I can do is take all of these. Technically, I only need one. Let's make it a union. I'm gonna keep it. Copy paste. Do Boolean. And you're gonna hide select it at startup. You're going to use it later. Now, these, I don't think I need anymore. If I need a reference for something, like I'll use it. Just create a new one. Now, I'm pretty sure there is a window, I mean a floor there. So what I can do, let's go polygroup edit, grab these two, and move it to the height of my sidewalk. And let's polygroup edit one more time. Actually, select only those faces. Duplicate. move this up below our windows. So to here, and then just move it down. Now we have floors. All right, so I wanted to do all of that so that I could get down to these windows below. I want to know if I can modify this turn off 14 and modify this mesh. Okay. Let's duplicate this door for this door. Let's duplicate this inside of our content browser. Let's duplicate and call this door frame a double window. Door frame a window. And then let's put that in here. And then let's go to polygroup edit. And we polygroup edit that. It's all a single polygon. So maybe we go to mesh triangle edit. Grab everything and we duplicate it. Duplicate. Let's select only faces in. Duplicate. It all up. Shit. I think. So move it out like this. Now, all I want to do is trim. Okay, let's move this up to here. Move all of this down to there. Fine, accept. Let me grab a box. Let's put it here. I'll group at it. And we're going to go all the way down. Put this one to the top. Now, can I Boolean this? Static mesh? I don't think so. No, what I can do, let's go back to triangle edit. And I think I may be able to I think I know what to do. Let's just accept. Shift right click. I'm going to bring this model in. I'm going to paste location. Yeah, all right. Let's redo that. I know what we can do though. Let's just create a box here. And then do a polygroup edit to perform an operation. And then do a triangle edit. So I'll do that real quick. So I'm going to need to get rid of something. So I'll group edit and put up it's about there. Now triangle edit. And now we want to grab only the vertices. Something is slightly off and I can't tell what it is. So what happens? Let's pull it back up for a second. Let's use maybe these 2 points as my reference. Now that should be exactly where I need it. All I have to do now is bring these triangles. Yeah. So if I go back to that other door, no, not that door frame either. I know what I did. Okay. Let's just grab one of these. Wrong thing. Also, okay. I didn't realize like I had so many assets that I was editing outside of the folder. So you would have assumed that this would have gotten an update, but it did. So it just did a point of edit on that door. So why didn't it update this? First of all, what I must have done was updated the base model. No, I didn't. Weird. Okay, so if I go back to that door I created then, all right, I'm doing level somewhere. So if I drag something in, let's drag this in again, put it at 0. So this door is a Boolean. It's a whole new door. I see now. So door frame window. Now I can delete it, I think. So let's see what happens if we post this. And let me think about how I need to accomplish this. All right, so I take this, search for it, bring it into the world, set its location to 0. And then I grab my door frame under generated, bring it into the world, set it to 0. Now get over to it. And then what I have to do is take this, triangle edit, grab everything, and then we're going to take this pixel here. So we're going to transform it. If you can hear me, we're going to transform it from this pixel to this one. And now I can delete both of these, and I can go back here. I should be able to double click on this and move that into place. Now, if I go back to triangle edit, take all of this, just trying to make sure everything is aligned properly. Yep. And then I move it to the top corner, like so. And now we have a new door frame, and it's in the appropriate place. So if I go back over here, all I have to do, double click on this and insert the new door frame. The boy's a fucking genius. Genius. I tell you what. And now I no longer need that reference key. No, this reference key. Though I could keep this reference key and use that to reference the door height and width for a cutout. So let's polygroup edit it and just give it the appropriate width. That way, if we have a door like this ever again, I can refer to this here. So door frame with window. I'm going to put that in a folder called reference meshes. And we're going to name it Z. Just to put it at the very bottom. Turn that off. Okay. So let's figure out what the address of this building is. I think we already have it in our model. $42 million. All right, let's like that. Okay, 42 U. Let's see if we have 482 Union anywhere. No, we don't. 482 Union. Sure, none of that is spatially loaded. That's not internal. Hey, yeah, buddy. So how you're good at this. Lines. No, just the hair. Now, I'm gonna duplicate maybe 1, 9, 2. Excuse me. How do I want to do this? Let's take copy, paste, convert, set. I'll group edit to settings. I think the guys are thinking. Let's trim around the whole thing. And I actually want to do that. I don't need it yet. So I'm going to shut this off. And turn on. Tune again. And let's place our windows. Looks like we have on our face 1, 2, 3. I'm wondering if these are evenly spread out. 4, 5. 6 and 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then there's a tree back. So real quick, what I'm going to do is take this one, convert it, accept, polygroup edit. Let's give it could potentially be about the same width as one of these windows, but we're just going to make it slightly smaller. And we're not going to overthink it. I'll turn on again. Actually, no, not yet. We will select everything. Duplicate. Okay. These black spots are basically shadows. And I think there is one more at the end. Now we turn off photogrammetry. We turn on our Boolean. And this will help me place the last one right at the edge. I'll grab the rear face of each one of these. And push them up against the wall. And then one by one, adjust the height. We're actually going to move this whole model, this whole piece over just a hair. And then adjust the base. I actually do want to take these faces, these back faces, and align them to the outside of the wall instead of the inside. And I think there is one more that needs to go. This whole thing just gave me something to think about. So we're going to use these as a reference. Let's grab all of this from here and move it, duplicate it, and move it here. Right? Yeah. And then okay, okay, I see what I need to do. Let's accept that. Let's duplicate this, convert it, polygroup edit. Let's grab that inside face, make it flush with the wall, and then I want to push it into the wall just a little bit. And then we can now use these to determine where we're going to cut the wall. Instead of adding columns to the wall, I'm actually going to cut the wall. And that way, it doesn't matter how high those columns are. So let's duplicate. And take all of that. Duplicate. Duplicate. Huh. Let's see. Let's accept that for a second. So we're going to have to go back and forth between these polygroups to make some of these changes. It's possible everything might be a little bit too big, so I think this might be a really good way to keep it all uniform. And from here, all I have to do is, all I think I have to do let's see if we can union this. Stretch it. I don't know if we can transform them together. transform, snap. So close. Now, I'm going to call it a day on that one. And what I'll do is, let's take all of this and copy paste transform and then transform this one. And let's see if I can, if I do a, let's take this, move it up, scale it up. And if we do a Boolean, is it going to give us a new polygon? No. It's not. Unless I shoot. I know what to do. So let's polygroup edit this. Let's insert an edge. Let's say here and here. And then let's move that edge. Let's insert another edge. Here. And here. And then enable selection of the vertices. And this should be aligned to where I can just snap it. Okay. So if I go to polygroup edit, we now have some separation between the side material and that other wall back there. The other material, the brick material. So let's take this and then do a Boolean. And then once I get this window where I need it to be, I should technically be able to just duplicate it. So let's transform this from here to here. Let's copy and paste it. So let's use the 3D snapper. Go back into modeling mode and convert this into another static mesh. Polygroup edit. Take this edge, insert one edge loop, and then push pull. This face. And now I can transform this and then get my window centered. Now we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of these. Copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Transform from this corner to this corner. Transform this one from here to here, and vice versa. And so on. Could have probably done a multi-gizmo transform on all of them. But this gives me the exact measurements that I need. Let's hide this, enable this, and then let's grab all of these, copy paste, and let's move them down to about there. We don't need this one or this one. Let's take these. Let's go to 3. Let's transform them. Perfect. Yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Making progress. I'm loving the progress. Everything is. This photogrammetry, the textures on the photogrammetry now make sense, seeing that these windows are centered, but there's like white space to the right and below it, which means like the camera was positioned somewhere over there. The satellite imagery, which is why the shadow is, I don't know, the sun was over there, which means the shadow was casting this way. But I'm thinking that the position of the camera was also over there because you have more of that white texture showing up to the right and bottom of where the actual window is positioned, because that's what the camera could see. It couldn't see the inside of the window, like in Google. The position of the camera is here, So you can see more of the white here and here. Otherwise, you'd be able to see more white texture. If the camera was positioned below the window or from the opposite side. So part of this is like the 3D of Google's imagery is coming from LiDAR scans, but the actual images, like the texture information, is coming from Google's those cars, Google Maps cars that drive on the street. And since there is no street over here, the images are being taken from here, which is why there's white to the right and the bottom of the window. If that makes sense. So just so that I can understand where to place my models, I have to understand that the imagery was captured from here. And then the 3D, I think maybe the 3D also, like from the cars, is also generated from Google Map cars. Possibly, instead of LiDAR data. So it does the best that it can. Excuse me. Now I have to figure out how I want to do these windows real quick. It's possible that I can copy and paste this. Go into model mode. Regroup edit. Convert it first. Polygroup edit. Make it look cool, something like this. Go into deform and let's see if we can warp it. So I need red to be facing the other way. So let's edit pivot. Accept. Let's move it up a bit and then do a here. Again, let's try to upward more. Okay, and pivot again. Let's bring it down. I'm going to center this time. Let's try this. It's going that way. It's to be like that, I think. What the frick? Okay. And I think this isn't working because I need to go into polygroups, insert edge loops. Let's do 24. Learn something new every day. Oh, it feels so good when you look at all the tools and you know what you want to do and you fucking figure out how to do it. It would, oh man. Except now we can go polygroup edit. And I want to get rid of all these faces. Let's bridge this. Let's take this, move it to here. Okay. Let's fill this hole. Fill this hole. I genuinely hope that everyone's having an awesome 4th. Now let's make sure this let's rotate it to match this side. Ah, come on. Then move it over to here to make sure those are as straight as they can be. And then let's accept, transform. here. These should all be the same. So, I should do a, how is this going to work? Ouch. I don't know. I'm going to delete this. And then, actually, no, I'm not. We are going to keep it. But we are going to grab this, duplicate it, transform it. Let me think. Let's just make all of these one. And then do the same for these. That way we can polygroup edit and just grab the top faces and pull them down to the corner of our curve. Now, as for my curve, I'm going to copy paste. Actually, no. And delete all these faces and then grab an edge and then just bridge these edges and then fill these holes. Same should apply to this model. So if I take this and do a polygroup edit, yeah, it should already be set up for me. Same way. Yep. Now, polygroup edit this, select all faces, duplicate, hello, Storm Run Gaming. What's up, man? I've been building a JRPG for about a year. How's it coming along? And where are you in your building process? I consider this process, this part of the process I'm in, as the gray boxing phase. Although I integrate a lot of other things in this process that has nothing to do with gray boxing. simplicity's sake, I consider this great boxing game. Dude, that's exciting. Um, Almost done with the demo, doing cutscenes right now. Do you have a plan for launch marketing? Is it on Steam that somebody can maybe wish list? Just add a house, rank creator, we can range for a creature. That's awesome, dude. You're in Unreal Engine? Zero plan. I can relate. 5.5. Yep, I've actually, man, dude, I've got shit, 5 different projects spanning across 5.4 to 5.6, and I've settled on 5.5 to maintain compatibility with plugins and to not chase the hype of all the new Unreal Engine features so that I can just, my release is going to be on 5.5. I don't think I'm going to move past that, although I really like the updates they're doing to metahumans on later versions. And I'm going to probably do the same thing, except the demo will be free and the full game will also be free, but I will plan to have environment changes, features, gameplay mechanics, and DLCs, or like stories and map, like modes and maps in some paid DLCs. So I want the game to be free to play because I'm trying to integrate intellectual property naming rights deals and sponsorships in a way that is different from how most game studios handle IP. So instead of me paying for IP, local businesses will pay to have their IP in the game. I will need characters for sure, but I think my initial idea for this was to do a historic demo, like a demo kind of showing Memphis's history, and use Bill Street and South Main Street and Mud Island and Riverside Drive in the demo, instead of having the whole city in the demo, and then showcase kind of the past of Memphis and then the present of Memphis to where you can see how things have changed over a select number of years. The first characters I wanted to include in the game, if I can do an IP deal, would be Martin Luther King Jr. and Elvis Presley. And this is going to be a tourism approach to the demo, to where I can work with local tourist agencies, Choose 901, Memphis Tourism, Memphis Travel, and say, hey, we are putting together a demo to where you can tour the city, and Elvis Presley is going to take you to his favorite spots. And then Martin Luther King, his inclusion in the game would be to where you can join him on the sanitation strike march, the I Am a Man movement, where I think they marched down Bill Street, and then everybody had all these signs that said I Am a Man. Um, so all of those characters in the beginning were supposed to be in the likeness of real people. Let's see, Ready Player Me, free avatar creator, take a pic, turn into it. And that's exactly what I want to do. I know that MetaHuman kind of has the same tools to where you can take photo. Well, actually, it's not MetaHuman. I was going to use Blender and some of their tools. I forget what it's called, but I have it downloaded. And I started using it, trying to take pictures off the internet, which weren't good enough reference to build a character, but I'm not very good at Blender yet. But I will definitely check that out. Let me actually bookmark. Thank you. Where are you located? Are you in Memphis? Ah, okay. Stylized. Yeah, I do want some stylized characters as well. My initial launch is going to be focused on photorealism, though. Ah, I should have done that. But the question is, do I have these windows? Let's escape. Undo, click on it. There's undo version. So let's take these. Let's union them. And then let's copy paste. And then let's merge these. And now turn off the photogrammetry. And probably turn edit. Yeah, so I want a stylized version of the map, but I'm creating first the photorealistic version because I think that's easier to use as a base to then go back and build on top of it other versions of the map for which I'm going to then use to create like a Fortnite Memphis and Roblox Memphis and Minecraft Memphis. And I'm going to work with some mod teams to then try to create a new map for like simple Grand Theft Auto versions. Because people who want things like gunplay, it's like I'm not going to include that any gunplay in this game, in the base game. But I want to make that available through other games so that I can still secure sponsorships for the base game from local businesses that might not want any type of gunplay in, around, or associated with their brand, since Memphis has had a whole history with focusing on the gun violence. There's gun violence everywhere. Memphis like has a bad habit of making that our personality. See, a tutorial really recent that works to this day. Tutorials don't get it right. Gives you character bones, animation, so I will character, but it's intense. It's on your YouTube. Storm. Oh shit, Fortnite has snowboarding in it now? Man, dude, like that video you just did 6 years ago, I thought it was SSX Tricky. Big SSX Tricky fan. Now I have all of my cutouts. They're set. And now I need to. Yeah, man, it's time to get back to it. Do some more streams and do some more uploading because, especially around your game, if you don't mind like sharing some of the development process and playtesting, doing some demos, I think that can help build up some hype as well as going to different Reddit channels and showcasing what you're working on. Since this is a recreation of downtown Memphis, I don't know how much you've seen me do, but since this is a recreation of a real city, I went to the Memphis subreddit and I've shared this, and I've gotten a lot of like brand recognition. I don't have a lot of like people that would probably wishlist a game on Steam necessarily, but a lot of eyes have been on the project because I've gone to these dedicated channels in Reddit. And I even got an interview on the news from that. So I've started doing these live streams on YouTube. And even though like you don't really have to speak about it, but if you showcase what you're doing and you get in front of the right types of people, you know, just throwing in there real quick, like, hey, share this with some friends who you play this with. That's a great way to kind of start building an audience, because when you set up a Steam account and you have like 0 people wish listing or gaining interest, it's going to be hard to monetize it if you don't have a lot of eyes on it already. And as much as I want to do something like crowdfunding campaign, afraid that like this, I'm nowhere near being able to showcase this as a playable game to where I'm going to raise any money. Like I might lose money if I start paying for stuff to try to do marketing. But I think if I build this up enough and I get enough businesses to agree to do a naming rights deal, and then money starts coming in before the game is even ready, then it might be that much easier for me to then go and like try to secure funding back. But that's really where I am. Me personally, I'm not very antisocial, but I kind of am like very anti-people right now. Just I stay to myself. I focus on my work. That's all I care about at the moment. Let's do the copy paste and then include one of those. Let's double check to make sure that worked. Actually, shit. Big base. 4. Shoot. I'm gonna take this and this. Actually, I'll probably need. Let's modify the pivot. And pivot. And you did say you are. Yeah, you said 5.5. You're 7. Yeah, I have. So right now I've got cesium. So I can use cesium to insert world terrain beam maps, and that gives me a base for where my landscape needs to be. And this covers the whole world. And then I can keep that in the background. But also, I am working on using some gray boxing and creating planes so that I can have physical roads along spline meshes. And then I'm using spline geometry to then create all the asphalt and pavement where it needs to be. And that's been a big challenge, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I have thrown in here, even photogrammetry. Like there's a lot of photogrammetry as well, that I can use to help decide exactly how I want to do the landscape. But I do have a landscape here that I've yet to sculpt, to spec. And that's probably gonna save that for last, because I have different versions of this map where I've used um, downloaded geographical data to bring in a landscape, but the resolution is so bad that there's so much work that needs to be done to it. And it's, oh my gosh, that's probably going to be one of the harder parts about this project. Yes. One of the things that I say this all the time in all my streams, my drafting teacher in high school said there are 6 different ways to do everything. And that has stuck with me so much because my initial thought was to build the roads and everything in another program, some expensive program that is based around urban planning and road, like building road geometry. But the hardest part is conforming everything to the topology of Memphis. This isn't a traditional game where I can work in Unreal units. Because let's say if I bring a box in here, by default, if I turn off align to normal, this box is inside of the Unreal Engine world space. So the grid, the underlying grid for Unreal is going to be along these normals right here, the X, Y, Z axes. But every building in Memphis, not a single building aligns to that axis, nor to the Unreal units. And unfortunately, I can't go in here and say, oh, this building is 6 feet long, and then just type in a box 6 feet by 12 feet, and then get every building the correct size and footprint. Unreal doesn't have that tool for this type of work. So I've had to rely on overlaying boxes over the photogrammetry and manually changing the orientation and scale of everything to build this. Otherwise, I could procedurally generate so much stuff if this was like being built as a traditional game. But yeah, very crazy how we use the same engine and have all these different tools to achieve the same result. It sucks so bad using Unreal units for real world scale objects. a ruler blueprint. I'd be interested in seeing how that works. I have measurement tools, like spline measurement tools, but I just want to be able to put a box in here and use this and draw a line like SketchUp. I love SketchUp. I can create a plane, determine the scale of it, place it at a point, and then modify the scale of that plane and lines on the plane with a click of a button. Unreal, I wish Unreal had SketchUp-like ability tools. So bad, I wish. But here we are. I've managed to find tools and workarounds. Biggest tool is that Snapping Helper 3D plugin, which when I turn that on, it gives me all these points that show where all the vertices are. So if I go into Polygroup Edit, you see all those lines and points. All those little points, right, those vertices show up in the Snapping 3D Helper. So that way I can just snap to different vertices. And man, that has been a significant productivity tool. And then I'm attempting to just rely solely on Unreal Engine's model tools to build my entire environment. And the more that I research UV modeling tools, the easier it comes for me to use it. You know, I kind of fucked up because I don't know that I use the same on the other side. I'm just going to assume that it is. One of the more challenging things about this project, though, is securing the funding. I just spent like $5,000 upgrading my computer. Probably less because I upgraded my desk. And I spent a lot of money upgrading my computer. And I was running two 2080 Ti's in SLI, but Unreal Engine, another thing that really freaking sucks is that Unreal Engine can only use one GPU in the engine, in the editor window. It's like I can't work in path tracing mode. That's the only way to use SLI or two GPUs more. But the 2080 Ti was 11 gig card, and trying to use SLI to get those 22 gigs, like I needed those 22 gigs. This project is currently sucking up about 20 gigs. Twenty gig, 20.4 gigs. I kept getting crashes and things would work. I figured it out. Hey man, that 1080 and 2080, the TIs are really great cards. I just gave a 1080 away 3 days ago. I upgraded my son's computer with the two 2080s, and then I gave that 1080 that was in his computer to a friend. And those small maps, your islands, are they all in their own level? Because I think what I'm going to try to do is put different regions, different parts of the city in different levels, and then use level streaming. I haven't had a lot of success with good performance when using level streaming. Usually I just turn it off. So I get a lot of popping, skipping. I play an editor. So I am going to try to put all the different parts of the city in different levels so that they can be streamed in. And then all the building interiors are going to exist as levels, as packed level actors. And then I made a big ass landscape and I scaled it down so that I can get higher resolution. And then my computer also couldn't really handle molding that landscape because I needed some crazy high detail for this. Let's see how we're going to accomplish this. Okay, but just keep it on the same. So yeah, I created a landscape that I think yours can handle 2048. I don't remember what my resolution was for my landscape. But whatever it was, like I needed it to be crazy high because I wanted to make really tiny changes. And then vertex painting was a mess. Think about this. I think I might have forgotten to do something. I need to make a big bit of that. I probably have 5 versions of this damn static mesh in my content browser at this point. I'll undo what I just did. Go use Project Cleaner here soon. Get rid of a bunch of unused stuff. All right, let's try this again. So what I'll do first is I'll group edit all of these windows. Fireworks have commenced. Yeah, buddy. Looking good. Okay, there's that. Now, for this, I think these faces need to go into the wall. That's it. And then I'll use these blocks. And then let's do group edit, select everything. Then unselect. And then we do push pull, select the triangle, normals even. And I'm just gonna guess. Something like that looks good. Accept. The copy paste and then do a boolean. Oh no. Undo boolean. Add pivot. Wait. Undo paste. Sometimes I forget my workflow. Let me think here. Let's actually move all of this out. And then we are going to just cut that in there just a bit. And we duplicate. The same thing on the back side. And then we'll copy, paste this, then do. Now, I'm going to do a copy paste, move that one out of the way. And now, let's actually move it in here. Convert, so static mesh, and polymer bed. Let's see. Let's just. What about this the way that I know it works? Let's assume we've selected all that appropriately. I can see what we're doing there. And the push pull. Figure out where my line is. Something about there. And let's give it just a tiny. Yep. All right. And then what do we do? We accept that. Edit the pivot. Oh, shit. I'm editing the wrong object. Let's pivot. Do select because this might be advised. And pivot. Boolean. And transform. Why did you play so thick? It doesn't matter. Because what I can do is I can edit the pivot and center it. Do the same thing here, then pivot, center. First, let's here. And then do an edit pivot center. And I should be able to scale this in enough so where it kind of makes sense. See how wide that is. Yep, sounds good to me. Looks pretty good. It's if they've already centered and everything should not be in place. Yeah. All right, that makes it that much easier for me to then just grab both of them. Some meshes on. And then just move them into place. And then copy paste. And then move them over here. And then when I'm ready, I can just make it a union. Oh, to this day, thoroughly impressed with this process. Last but not least, windows. Front of the building. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 5, 7, and 3. 5, 7, and 3. So here's how we're going to handle this. We're going to take this mesh, copy, paste, convert it, accept, polygroup edit, grab it to the top, and an invert selection, delete faces. And then I think I want to do a push. And then edit those polygroup faces. And then Use Windows. Five, seven, three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 2. So let's do a edge loop 4, 6, 2. I don't know that these are all going to be the same, the exact same. Yeah. But the easiest way to do this, I think, would have to be to work on one frame. And once I finish this building, I might call it. So what I'll do is I'm going to push pull this out. And then the same with this one. And then we will take this one. And I'm going to probably get rid of all of these. Just need to remember there's 5 and 7 there. All on one frame. So let's do we're making about half as thick as this door. So let's do a inset. Set it there. Take this part and let's move it to the door. What's happening there? Simplify by groups. I don't know what this is. So if I take this, oh, okay. Let's take it all in real quick and just. Oh, don't. Oh, I knew it was gonna do it. I knew it was gonna do it. I'm trying to move all those points. Now, I don't know how many of these are going to be able to be restored. Please tell me one. Thank you. Oh, this works. Thank you. Sure, I need to grow my hair. Chin. Something I've been neglecting, like, for quite some time now, is a shower head extension. Okay. So we do this, but now we can focus on the window since we understand what we're trying to accomplish here. And so we're going to move on the side of this now. And so I can push this out. Strange. Okay. Now, let's do the work. Inset. Try to give it about the same. Not really sure where the ink comes from. Take it. Take it. Do another inset. But this needs to be pushed in about halfway. Both of them do. Why is that doing that? Um, okay. Okay, now let's inset this again. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And there's our window frame. And all I have to do here is go into 3D, Snapping Helper 3D. First, put a model mode. And edit the pivot. In no way the pivot is always back all the way back there. Okay. No way. Am I missing a face or something? That's what it looks like. Okay. Edit pivot. Let's fill some of these holes in. And now let's connect these faces. Now those are going to fit perfectly, but these others might not. So let's just move them here. This one has 7, so 3, 6, 7, and this one has 5. Now, if I just take one and transform it, it'd be the same for this. I can then move all these other ones into place using snapping helper. Very close, very close. And that gives me my windows. All I have to do is make modifications of these. So I will union these. Or let's delete those first. I have a better idea. Let's delete those as well. These I can union. But this one, I need to take this polygroup edit. So grab these and duplicate them. Move them out and then insert edge loops. So, as I remember, this 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Insert. And then 4. And then delete these faces. Accept. And then I'll take this. Make it unique. Or, yeah, I guess so. Polygroup edit. And then grab these vertices. And then just move them to here. Do the same thing here. I'll group edit, grab these vertices, move them here. I'll group edit. Delete those faces. Control Shift Save. Fantastic. Love when that happens. Go into 3D mode. Now, if that doesn't line up, something's wrong. And I think it can't be. That can't be right. Let's try this one. Let's see. What? No, it's definitely not right. We took this and this, duplicated it, right? So let's bring it up. And we divided this. So we inserted edge loops. And this one had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. This one had 4 of them. Yeah, that's clearly off. I see why it didn't work. I didn't move my gizmo in the beginning. So when I click on these vertices, you have to move the gizmo to the edge and then make the transformation. Now in Snapping Helper, I can then boom. And I merge these all together. Now, edit pivot. Copy it. Transform mirror X. Transform. Something's a little off. And I need to address that. Stuff to reload. having a little issue with unloaded items. And not sure how to mitigate that, but I know they're gonna pop up just randomly at random. I don't like it. I don't at all. I don't know that I can do anything with them. I literally can't move them or anything, but something to do with level training. Hmm. Not really sure what's happening here. But let's go to project settings, world partition. Let's enable streaming. And let's do a simulate. Stop it. Yeah, they all load. So weird. Everything just loads. And some of that stuff is supposed to be. Okay, then. Let's take these. Trying to trigger this stuff to load again. What's happening here? Is it because my pawn is in a different place? All right, then. Super weird, but okay. Let's try this. Spatially loaded. Save. Pin it. It's not spatially loaded. Save. Nothing. All right, we're gonna have to close it up and get back up. Why does it do that? No freaking clue, dog. So I will be purchasing a new webcam, one to put right here so that I can get a top-down view of my hands. I like the straight setup. I want to make a few changes. Downtown Memphis, I'm going to have to make the default level for this project now. I thought these were all grouped. Some of them must have gotten Billy or something. We only need one. Make sure that this one is, oh, Bimmel. Hmm. Don't be petty. I have a lot of random static messages that I can get rid of too. This I think I'll keep. Let's go to modeling, color group edit, and let's just create these windows.
I'm eating a Jack's pepperoni pizza right now, and it's 11 minutes, middle rack, straight on the rack, cook timer, absolute perfection. Okay. I think what I'm going to do for the rest of the stream is reblocking out these buildings. If you cook that pizza any more than 11 minutes, you're going to screw it up. Yummy in my tummy. Dang, son. That right there is fire. So good. .42 union is where these meshes go. Missing a few window details that I think would finish this off really well. But that's something I can go and add later. And figure out the address to this place. .711 Madison Avenue. And then the place next to it is 737 Madison Avenue. All right, that's already. Mm, 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 mm. This piece is very good. Yeah, buddy.
want you to take the fence sticks out.
The internet is so crazy on social media.
Music. Song into the business of music. Labels are the only way you get seen. Zero. A lot of artists have shown this is not true. Russell, Ross, Maxwell's, Kenny Ryan. Labels can be great partners in some situations, but you don't need a label anymore. Keep your masters. Learn your contract. 10. There's nothing else. Learn how to keep your masters. Shout out to Taylor Swift for getting her masters back. Even if you get into a label deal at this point, everyone should be negotiating the ability to buy back their masters. At the end of the day, if you make the music, it is yours. You need a team, but start by learning all that. 7. You will eventually need a team. But the best position you can put yourself in is to learn the business, and you learn by doing it. So learn every element of your business, even if it's at a base level. That way, when you bring people on, you know what to ask them, and you know how to ask them. Your vibe will attract your tribe. 7. It has to connect to you and the people that you work with and the people that you rock with, the people that your shows have to connect. So I think being your authentic self is the key here. Don't fake it. Don't pretend. Don't try to be something you're not. Because if your real vibe connects with people, it will be a long career.
I wonder what was right here. Oh, it goes back to 2007. They boarded it up, or had something up here. What's cool though is we can see when this building opened up. It would be really nice. Oh wow, I didn't know they did that. If you could use cesium. Wow. To kind of travel back in time and see the photogrammetry from a different date. Hmm. Hmm. Good to know. So you can't modify the time, date. And this is just going to say medical district. It's not going to give me a physical address. Okay, it is 650 Union Avenue. So let's take this mesh, edit the pivot to center, and then set it under 650 Union Avenue. Vacant buildings, turn it off. Turn buildings off. And then let's take a look here. Man, I was so tired when I was working on this yesterday. Ooh, 676 Marshall Avenue. Six ninety nine Monroe Avenue. I'm going to give this all one address for now. $664 Marshall. We'll put I'll keep that out. This one should go into billboards. So let's find static meshes, billboards. Turn our buildings back on and then figure out where these windows go. 737 Union. Static meshes. Let's turn off our light poles for a second. Lamps. And let's turn off trees so that we know which trees are actually, it's going to be under foliage and trees. And I think they're already in there. Roads and curbs. Curbs and sidewalks. These can go up under curbs and sidewalks. Sidewalks, we're going to deselect these and put them under paths. So these will all just be under sidewalks. And these other three under walkway or something. We'll change this to paths. Now, Domino's Pizza. $686 Union. Now the street sign can go under signage. So traffic signs. This address. Perfect. This address. Perfect. This address. Perfect. And then these should be under benches. Now, if we turn our buildings back off, have a few more that need to go somewhere. Good things. This one, 634 Union. So we put this also in 634 Union. This is already inside of one. 664 Marshall. These two need to go in 718 Union. Let's make sure everything is in here in 920 Madison. Yeah. These are good. All right, I'm good with that. Yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Let's get back to it. Okay. So, like I said, the last thing I want to do before I finish this stream, man, I don't know why it's like feels so hot in here all of a sudden, is finalize the walkout process of these buildings. Now that I have my methodology updated, I may actually go ahead and delete all of this. in this, in this. Save. And we're going to do a quick project folder cleanup. We're at the 6-hour mark. I made restraints. .52% of my generated assets are unused. So we're going to include that folder. I don't know how it's telling me that. Oh, everything else is excluded. I excluded those other folders. City bill, doors and window, I think I excluded all of that. Polygon flow can be excluded. So technically there are only, 112 gigs are excluded, which means primarily I'm using excluded, so used, excluded, 112 gigs, reference 1 gig, indirect, primary 2 gigs, so 112 excluded. I don't know how much of the excluded content I'm using, but it can't be much. Unused, 20, there's no way it's 20 megabytes. Oh, that's in a certain, no. 17 megs? Horse crap. In my generated content folder, that's it? That's insane. Okay. Let me go ahead and click clean project. Yes. $297 assets. Yes. 616 assets total. That's what it looks like. 74. I'm watching AI generated content of some of the most notable rappers who apparently would have regular jobs if Dr. Dre are started making music. That's hilarious. $37. It's 37. Well, 37 cents. Oh, man, I've been tearing up some pizza this week. Deleting empty folders. I'll let this do its thing.
It's a full gen AI built with the cutting edge of uncapping director of the owner, confound beating them on labs to use next gen tech. Hazing has of SAG pushing the future of film into the it's crazy. It's technology. Right? So everybody still gets to work on the barrier for entry was substantial. Right? We're very excited for that. We're very excited for how our AI creates.
The first AI generated movie apparently is about to drop. Visuals look pretty cool.
Hey, are you fighting a family project part-time with your kids? Are you looking for ways to get judge to pay attention to you? I've got the solution. It's my book, Dad's Child Doesn't Actually. In this book is in this book. Hey Bruce, can I use your shower real quick? What's it mean? Dad, Dad. Oh, you're somebody else. Baby, can I try to get two wrapped? Did you get any buckets? No, they got. I ain't gonna leave it, and that's right here. Alright, thank you. Give me a towel. Yes. Shit. That Bruce, you good? Huh? Are you straight, nigga? Oh, yeah, I'm straight. I'm straight.
It's hilarious. All right, you got it. Project's been cleaned just a little bit. Come on, eh? Playing a waiting game here. Can't believe there's only 20 megabytes. Which tells me potentially that this whole project won't take up a lot of space. Most of the content in the project is unused. Therefore, most of the weight of the project is non-existent. So when I export this out and I exclude assets that aren't actually built in any level or placed in any level, that means more than 100 gigs is just not going to be in the scene. Is it waiting on me? What's going on here? They just closed the damn thing. I'm going to give it another couple minutes. So 112.8 gigs excluding. %66 of that generated folder was not being used. 66. Which means it should now be 0. Zero. And that's good to know. The bulk of the project is unused assets. As well as, the photogrammetry won't be in the final project either. I think we're on 14. Yeah, 14. And if I could include these buildings in the context with the world, with the photogrammetry, but then remove any of the building data, that would be it. That would be awesome, but I don't know if that's really quite possible yet. So let's just do a quick walkthrough again. Let me hide this photogrammetry. Let me turn all my buildings back on and make sure all the static meshes are on. Or sidewalks are static meshes, but I don't want these lots. These lots turned on though. I would like to see this on under Cesium though. So I'll go and add Cesium, world terrain plus beam maps aerial. And we're going to do a play from, I want to see if I want to set the materials to epic. And let's do like a play editor test with the scalability at cinematic. I don't think the stream is going to like this. And we'll play from here.
first person character has unresolved compilations. I wonder why that is. Is it because something's missing? In use pin unnamed no longer exists on node reset orientation and position. I don't think it has anything to do with this. I'm not using VR, so I don't think that matters. Why? I'm not even using first person character. Okay. Let's go from here. And it's on my controller. I didn't use the controller. Wait a minute. I forgot to. I want to keep the cesium tiles visible. And that just means yeah, performance is a little bit has dipped just a hair. Let's see if we fixed our okay. I need to fix the collisions for that thing. But in cinematic, it looks all right. Forgot that I had a road right there. And I think that one it might be one of the things that's chugging it down is that road that's right there. Let's see, what are we seeing here? Reflections look a little strange in the windows, but we're not really worried about that. What's happening in there? I wonder if that's how thick my windows are, or if there's a wall there or something. There's no collision on these garage doors yet. I don't know if that can be fixed. So if I change the scalability back to Epic, shouldn't have any problems with gameplay. And with there being little to no anything inside of these buildings, I'm wondering if I can use regular glass material. Overall, see what it's like. That might be okay then. So let's delete. Let's undo that. Let's go and edit materials. And play from here. Now, what I wonder is if I can have play an editor or play a new window active. I do kind of like how that looks. You know what I'm going to do? At some point, I'm going to use that first person shooter template and bring this city in there and make them static mesh zone. All right, so I think also with aesthetic meshes, I do want to keep those curved paths out of it. So let's put that back into back here. So turn static meshes off for those paths can stay. And then let's turn on photogrammetry. Let's get to work. So big box. And apply groups. And then pivot. Okay, let's move her down to transform. It's pretty low. It has to be much higher than that for sure. So let's go ahead and pull it up to here. All right, I'll group that. And let's give it the same depth as our building over here.
And then let's get started with modeling. Now, it does look as though it's a little bit off. We could choose not to care, or we could start blocking this out in 90-degree angles, like so. We paste. And convert polygroup edit. Let's make sure we only got faces selected. And let's bring this all the way back. Huh. Well, that's interesting. We've learned something new. These rooftops slightly different. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could just kind of see through that wall. That looks about right. Looks like it's supposed to be about right here. And I would imagine everything needs to be rotated just a hair. So let me take this. Let's transform it. Let's line it up to this. Yeah, it's in the right place now. And then let's take all of this, or these three, and let's find out. Might actually need to move this back just a hair. So let's say something like this. And then we do polygroup edit here. And now we need to figure out, I don't know, man, that's pretty damn close. It's actually looking slightly better. But we definitely can tell that things do not quite align as we expect them to. And that's okay. You know, I could just say, fuck it, and just keep it squared. And just pretend like I don't care. It's not that big of a deal because I don't think these businesses or buildings are going to be significant parts of the environment anyways. So you just kind of have to make executive decisions and decide what you want to keep and not keep accurate. I think what's happening here, though, is that there's some layer of stuff on the front of this that somebody just kind of put up there. And that's one thing that's kind of throwing it off a little bit. You can see clearly here that this building is falling apart. But we're not even going to make a big deal out of it. We're just going to start modeling, and we're going to keep it all squared up. Squared up to this building that I already created. So let's start there. What we want to do, I don't know what's happening in the back, and I don't think there's a way for us to get back there and see. I doubt that Google drove their car back here. Probably see from right here. And we cannot. Check out the old classic. Man, look, these classic cars. It's pretty tight. Pretty tight. Right. Oh, we can kind of see that building.
not very much of it, so it's not serious, not something that we need to be focused on, unfortunately. All right, then. Let's go. So, take our 3D snapping helper. Let's say copy paste, rotate. I'm actually going to keep it there. Or I won't. Let's just probably embed it. Edit this. Let's convert it first. Like embed it. Okay, then. Very strange place, but it works. Convert. And let's do a transform. Move this one to here. And then I'll embed it. Looks like a 45-degree angle. It also looks much taller right here too. I don't understand what's happening by that, but what I will do is go ahead and change the height of these. Just something I can work with. And I think it does kind of go upwards. Let's go ahead and just pull it up for the time being. We can optimize them later. We're about right there. Transform it. Convert it. Short wall, stop it right there. Convert it. Transform it. This one looks more like in the realm of 15 degrees. Watch me be wrong. 15. Change that back to 45. And it could be, I could be wrong if I stretch it out and it doesn't align. And look at that. It was 15 degrees. I'm not as smart as I sound, but I'm still very smart. What the hell is happening right there? What's this? Oh, that has something to do with my photogrammetry I imported. So Shift G to ungroup it, right? And we have no clue what this is for, where this is from. It definitely goes to something. Does this go to my road? What does this go to? I don't have a clue, but I'm not going to. I'm going to delete it actually. It's just a delay. Copy, convert, and transform. Let's go 15 again. And then let's go 45. All right. A lot of weird changes happening here. So let's complete, and I'll group edit this, and then just go one wall segment at a time. Okay. Now what I can do here is extrude let's say to about right there. Take this and pull it up. Take this. And merge those faces. Merge. Merge. We're going to do this as we go. Merge. Merge. And then do an extrusion again. So it's about there. And extrude. Or push pull. I think it's gonna give us the same effect anyways. So let's just grab these. Merge them. Do the same here. And the bottom. And then let's do another extrusion. Extruding gives us the additional edge loops, which we can use to then do a push-pull on a particular edge. And I want to push this down to here, I think. Undo. Oh, we screwed up. We forgot to merge these before we extruded it. So let's go to here. And then push this down to this height. And probably should actually go back to, let's undo that. Let's take this and pull it down. And then let's do a push pull down to here. If it lets me. And just bring it down and then load it manually. Fantastic. Now, merge, merge, merge. Now, I think I should be able to just this back a hair, so here. And let's save that asset. Technically, that's a building. And then this portion of the building is about as high as, so we'll take this, copy it over, convert it. I'm going to change the pivot to be on the outside. And then move it into place. So let's go there. Let's just assume that this is one long wall. No need to go so crazy here with massive amounts of detail. Except I'm going to copy this over to about here. I'm okay with it being a little bit off. As a matter of fact, what I can do though is take both of these and slightly rotate them to give us a little bit of a uniqueness. Because we don't know exactly what this is, I'm going to keep it as is. I'm going to make this unique. And then do a 45 rotation on this piece. And then we will transform it. And then body group added. And then now I can duplicate it. And then just move it to transform. Right. Making progress, making progress. Let's copy paste this. 45 enabled, convert it. It's hard. Let's go here and transform it from here. Let's do a 45 and then move it here. I group edit. Switching in and out of game mode is a really good way to quickly switch context. I don't know how this is going to align. So what I can do is I can polygroup at the top of this, and we're going to bring this one all the way up here, because I don't know exactly what we're looking at back there. I think it's just a bunch of staggering that's happening. So if I were to divide that up into sections, I could manually stagger each section. So let's accept that. Let's edit the pivot first. And copy, paste, and convert it. And then rotate it. And then transform it to here. I can then go back and polygroup edit and then choose the height of this to match this. Looks like it actually needs to go slightly higher, so to maintain that consistency, I think it's important that I modify this mesh first. Bring it all the way back here. Now I need to go street view to really see what we're working with over here. Whole bunch of wonky stuff happening there. So let's just assume that this is going to go to the facade of this building. And let's create that artificial facade where we think it needs to go. And we're just going to choose right there. Now I'm going to do an extrude. And this needs to go to the facade of this building. We're going to choose right there. And then I think I need to extrude yet again to go to this surface. And then yet again to go to this surface. Now I can polygroup and do a push pull on this to bring it up to about the height of this. And then take this one down to about right there. I think I'm gonna maybe undo that and pull it down just, oops, pull it down just a little bit. And then I'll take this one and pull it down to meet everything else. Really strange, but you know, it is what it is. I'll take it. I'll leave it. say that instead. I'll leave it. Now let's pull this down to here. Accept. And then let's do the same with all these other edges to give them a similar height. Excuse me. I don't really know where it changes, so let's keep these up. This whole thing is just really strange. Now this, I want to separate it in, I don't know. It's hard to tell what is really happening back there. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like it's separated into 10 equal parts. So we'll give it 9 edge loops. And we'll individually do a push-pull. On each of the opposing faces. I don't care how inaccurate it's about to be compared to like the real world. Really don't. My model, though, is going to look far superior. Considering how absolutely reactive this photogrammetry was. And then for this, we'll do like make it vault. I don't know what you call it. March, not march, vault. It's like a vaulted ceiling. And I think we might have to do something similar to the rooftop there. Vault it. Okay. And it appears that this does need to go slightly higher. And I think I want to use the height of this one as a reference. All right, copy, paste, convert, and let's edit the pivot real quick. And then we'll transform by 45 and use the pivot adjustment to get right there on the corner. And then again, we have this one. I don't know if these are equally spaced, so I'm going to be cautious when using a edge loop. Instead, what I'll do is I'll polygroup, just complete that transform, polygroup edit, and then just move this face here. Garage door right there. Let's move it here for now. And I'll copy and paste, transform, and convert this to a new static mesh, and then move it into place. And this will help me determine where the wall may actually be. So let's do a polygroup edit. And since I'm keeping everything at 90 degrees, maybe this is one whole wall. Let's make that assumption that this is one. And let's use this as my position. Now I can go back and polygroup edit this and pull it to this wall. But I need to duplicate it. Completely off. Completely off. All right. We thought, I thought that these had equal spacing from like this part of the building, maybe a third or a fifth, and this part of the building being a fifth, or I don't know, just slightly smaller than the middle, but it's all uneven. It's almost complete. So it's going to try to go with, some mathematical way to make everything even. All right, so this starts from the inside that wall, which means this also needs to start from the inside this one. So before I can determine where that is, I need to copy this whole thing over. And find its outer edge. So let's say about right there. And then I can go back here, polygroup, edit this to here, and do the same with this. Whereas this goes to here. I see where I jacked up. I forgot to do a conversion. So let me polygroup. Let me convert that and fix it. Now let's take this, copy paste, convert, and then pivot. Rotate it, transform it. Actually, we do want it right there. I'll group edit. And let's go back into Street View and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, let's assume that it's right there on the outside of that. So we're going to polygroup edit. We're going to just move it to the inside of this wall. On both sides, we're doing the same thing. This song is a bop. Barely have it up. I like how it sounds. This is actually the edge. You know, I can go ahead and start modifying these edges. You know what? I'm going to do that. Can't start modifying these edges yet. Solid. I like what I'm seeing right now. Turn our camera around. That window goes all the way down to the. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But that's super. Like, I want to go in that place just to. I bet it feels so good in there with that AC unit sitting on the ground. Those are big ass garage doors. Might have to find me a nice 3D model there. They're very nice looking. Oh man. Okay, and that's the last of the building aside from this wall. So let's copy paste this. Let's convert it, and then we'll transform. Give it a 45 rotation. Okay, and let's I forgot to move it, so let's just add the pivot. So it looks like this top part comes out more than everything else. So real quick, what I'm going to do actually is just go like this. Perfect. Let's duplicate it, convert it, transform it, and I group edit it and take that height back down to here. And I think it's safe to say that this other side is not designed the same way. Looks like this is built like a triangle. And it comes well over the top of, it's not a triangle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's assume that this is 8 layers. So we need seven edge loops. I think we've gotten into the part of YouTube that is playing real music. Which this music is awesome, but I don't want YouTube to mute my stream. So we're gonna go straight into the Sims build of on repeat. Oh man, I just did an hour again. Insane. All right, let's do a push pull on these two. And let's actually merge. Go out there. Grab this one and this one. First, let's merge this all back together. So grab this and this, then push it up. Maybe we can drop these two down just a hair. And then take all this, merge it. Save everything. Oh. Let's take a look. Front of this building, it's simple, it's solid, it's straight. Let's go back into 3D mode for a second. Now, those walls are slightly different. There's a lot that's different about this. Jeez, dude, it's so just so this thing is so messy. Seriously, so messy. Let's take this. Copy paste. Convert. Edit pivot. Center. And let's do one of these numbers. See if we can kind of extract width of this. Transform, let's bring it right up against it. And then let's copy and paste and transform and move this one to the edge of this. And then do the same thing with another to the other edge. Okay. And then we're going to try to copy, paste, convert. And then first we'll transform it over to here, and then polygroup edit. And then move it ever so slightly into the wall there. And increase the height. And let's duplicate single mesh to create new objects. And then transform it to here. No, that didn't work. Okay, copy, paste, convert, and then transform. Let's take both of these and move them slightly in. I think that might be too much. There's so much happening here. Okay. I don't think this is going to change very much. So go ahead and do a Boolean operation of both of these. That gives us the front of our building. Now I need to some kind of way calculate the width and height of my window, which I think I can do if I just hide this temporarily. Just set all of this to not be spatially loaded. And then grab this little extra box that we had. Where to go? Here it is. And we'll use this to calculate the size of our window. So let's do quick edit. Let's go up to there. So we go up there. Don't know how safe it is to assume that our windows are the same size. Let me go back over here a bit and see what it looks like in front of it. That is window. Oh, that's a window. I thought from looking at that from the side, I thought those were shutters. And I'm like, why is there one shutter on one side? Everything on top it looks like wood. Weird. I mean, not the where the hole is. So I'm thinking it's kind of, I don't know. I'm just contemplating how I want to accomplish this. It's not that serious right now, but I'm definitely gonna need some windows on this thing at some point. Okay, for now, I may just leave some of the windows off. So what I'll do is accept that. That's inverted, inverted. Very hard to know where this drops down to, so we're just going to kind of pick something and go with it. So first, let's bring it down to our sidewalk level, and then raise it up. So something that looks raised up. So copy paste in the end. Like our bed. This one needs to be divided by 3 edge loops. And then let's do a okay. So push this in just a hair. Do an inset about, let's say, right there. Push it in just a little bit. And we're going to have to push the top and bottoms in significantly. Like to the point that they disappear, apparently. And then let's go and merge these before we continue. I'm going to do a tiny inset here. I merge all of this. And then push pull. It's just a tiny amount. And there's ultimately that's what our window should look like. And we want to take this inside face here and here. Let's bring this pivot point down to there. And then let's make this twice the width. Let me put my finger on it for reference. If I do that, it's actually going to screw things up a little bit. So let's keep it as is for a second. Let's delete this inner face, outer face, both sides of this. Let's take everything, duplicate it, and duplicate. Let's do it with the face selected. I'm not at all sure how this looks the way it does. Let's bring this here. Now, if I delete these two edges on both sides, I can just bridge them together. I feel like everything is a little too high. Maybe I can leave that one yet. Here. Look. I know you lying. Ain't no way that is aligned now. There's no way. Okay. What? You know what? I don't want to escape because I don't want to accidentally undo everything I've just done. So, I'll delete all that. Let's just go to face select and get rid of literally all of that. Select this, all of this. We'll go from this corner. Duplicate. Shit. Yeah, I don't have a clue now where this is supposed to go, but actually, I think that is the correct placement for it. So let me just move this all the way down. Let's get rid of, no, we don't need this. We don't need this. I think we deleted that outside face, which could pose an issue of some kind. But yeah, I screwed it up. Let's accept this for a second. And then let's undo and see how far back we were. Nope. Yeah, those are hard edits to one. That was one polygon bed. All right, so here's what I'll do. Split this. And then let's use our 3D snapper to snap this into place. Very unclear whether or not that's as accurate as it can be. So, real quick, let's do it from the top. Yeah, I just spent probably twice as long with this than I should have. Here's what I'll do. Let's move it out and let's figure out if it's even possible.
for us to fix these faces. Which I believe it is. All I have to do, I say that. But I'm missing a face in here. So let's polygroup it and bridge. No, I'm not missing a face there. Actually, if I were missing a face, it would be on the inside of this. We don't even need those faces. I just need the window to be deeper. So maybe we didn't screw up after all. And this would be the equivalent to a low poly version of our window. The main issue I think I have is with the fact that I maybe shrunk window a bit. So let me take this and I copy and paste it. I shrunk that. What did I do? I deleted one side. I need that side to be twice as big. Yep. So what I do then is I take a copy of this, attach it to that, polygroup edit this, no, polygroup edit one of these, and I'll take this line and move it over to this edge. I'm not doing one of these. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Only one way to find out. And that way is to duplicate this. Attach it to this edge. What? That. And then do it again. So is this going to be halfway there or all the way there? Right? Is it halfway? Yeah, it's half of it on the edge. And that's where I screwed up. That's where I screwed up. Because otherwise, everything is as it should be. Because if I move this whole thing over, All right, I see what I did wrong. The hell? Dude. What is happening? I don't know what the hell I just pressed. Now I'm loading. That was a my graphics card just went wide. I right click something and I browse to something, I guess. What the hell? What the hell? Alright, let's figure out how we're gonna solve. What is this? What is this? What? I don't know what that's supposed to be. Why is there? What the hell was just dead there? Okay. All I can say is oops. Not even more water. Okay, let's go ahead and get this handled. What I can do is go into modeling mode, grab it, grab the top, duplicate it. Pull it out. Insert edge loop. And then let's grab, actually, let's delete these faces. Let's grab this, probably grab it, and grab these vertices. Stand by, I can snap to the edge.
I think I have a solution. Let's take. Oh man, what have I done? What have I done? All right, let's brute force just get this over with. All right, so this is where that should stop. So if I take this now, polygroup edit, and then grab all of this, should now be facing the correct direction. And that's right where it's supposed to be. This one, I just need another one that has to extend all the way out. This is crazy. This is crazy what I'm having to do right now. So let's delete these. And we're going to duplicate it. I can't believe I just did it this way and I was just doing it again. Sometimes you live and you learn. We can convert this to a new mesh. Let's polygroup edit this. Now this mesh should be at the edge. Maybe not the edge. should go here. And then I think actually I'm wrong. So this was at the end, which means that it's supposed to be just a, right? Okay, I see now. So this one's supposed to go to here. And then we extend it. Okay. So we take this and bring it to here. There it is. That's where it's supposed to be. And then, so technically, bro. No, that was one mesh. Here. So the other one should also be half. All right, so if I move this, okay. You know, I'm so interested in like the math of this that I just want it to line up, even though it's kind of not very necessary, not so necessary. So if this is here, that means that this whole thing needs to move over half of this, right? So, fuck, I forgot. Let's copy and paste it. And then transform it. Right. I think in there. So within this, it should be half this and half that. Right. Okay. So that then means that everything's in the right place. So if I go 3D, copy this over twice, you should have a big gap right here that needs to be closed. I mean, that kind of does the trick. Kind of. And I'm now realizing my issue has always been that this side is the one that needs to be changed. Yeah. Well, I wanted all of them to have the same width, but it's not going to happen. That being said, let me just go ahead and move this over here. And then polygroup edit this. and then you'll see where the problem comes in. So let's copy it over, convert it to unique mesh, polygroup edit, inverse selection, delete faces, accept, transform, and then move it over to close this gap. And you'll see that it goes into the wall. And that's where the problem is the whole time. Let's pretend like we don't care. And I'll get sunlight on the back of this because there's no back face. And that was the other issue that I accidentally created. So I'm going to take this and pivot. Let's just put it here. And then let's move it out for a minute. Let's see if we can maybe fix our issue that we created. We need to add some faces to close this off. And I think the best way to do that first would be to do some bridging. So it's probably going to be it. And we have to do this for the top end. The overall solution will be quite simple. And I know how to avoid this mistake next time so that I don't spend an hour on a mesh. You create a new box using polygroup edit. Delete this face. Okay, stretch this out to the end. This mesh, as well as this, and then to the top, and to the bottom. Now take the back face. Okay, that's just enough. Then I'm going to take this edge loop and move it to here, I think. To wherever our gap is, to there. Okay, and then I can go in here and union, and then edit polygroups. Let's delete this edge And then bridge this. Yeah, I shouldn't get it this way the whole time. So I didn't need to bridge these along. Because I can do a fill hole once I bridge these two. And oh, I thought it was going to be simple, but it wasn't. We try it again. Nope. Darn. Guess we do need to have a bridge. Let's do this. Bridge. And then what happens if we fill the hole down? It does what we expected it to. And this creates a solid object that prevents light from passing through. And I think that's why a lot of uh, 3D asset developers run into plenty of issues, is because they're creating buildings without using solid geometry. And when you like walk inside of the building, this is why you can't use lumen, because a light will pass through the backside of a face if you're using the backside of that face as though it's the interior of like a building. And yeah, that's the wrong way, even with Windows. So some scenes that I've downloaded, you walk into a building or move your camera into a building, you will realize that there are a lot of issues with the assets. So let's see if we can pull this in. And then I want to get rid of this face. And then select all of this geometry, duplicate it, we weld. Merge? No. But what I can do, I got a fix for that. Oh, sheesh. I don't know how that ended up happening. We're at 45-degree angle here. Man, what in the world is going on here? Okay, let's do that again. Something happened that shouldn't have. My damn bruh. What's going on, bro? It's like this thing is. Man, I don't know what to think right now. I completely jacked this thing up, and it's almost better to just redo it all. Let me accept these changes real quick and then edit the pivot. This pivot's all jacked up. Man, dude, I just wasted so much time. Yeah, that should line up perfectly. And now I should be able to uniform those. It's giving me a little red line right there. Not exactly sure what that means. Well, I know exactly what it means, but I don't like it. I want choose not to like it. See if we can merge these faces. Can I do these? Oh, we're gonna have to stick to bridging. And let's see if this fill hole button's gonna work. Nope. Figures. Go figure. Man, I'll tell you what, it'd be the darnest things. Now, can I fill this hole? No. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's some crazy shit. Brother. I don't understand how the engine doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here. Buddy. That's what it is, man. Some weird edges in there for sure. Oh, Lord. Screw it. I guess this doesn't really matter, man. You know what? The top and bottom, well, I'm gonna let them be. Just pretend like they don't matter for now. Though I want this to be a closed loop. Let's just say screw it and let's modify our pivot. This thing has all kinds of issues, and I have a hard time with meshes that have issues. I really don't like it. We're gonna pretend like it doesn't matter. What a waste. It's really upsetting. All right. I'm going to just kind of guess on these since I've just spent so much time trying to figure out a bunch of other stuff. I don't care if the placement on this is kind of incorrect.
have to do with some upgrades right here. Excuse me. What is my landscape doing wrong? And the roads. What is all that? Bro. That all makes sense. Everything low. I pressed something and loaded everything up. Not me to do that. Bring it down to here. So there's a set of stairs there that kind of that's basically lit up a bit. So there's going to be some stairs there. We grab this rotation. No, we're just going to go with that. That's first. I should probably create a box. We'll duplicate copy that. I thought we could put a wall right here. What's the budget? But I thought I did. And I didn't. I was concerned. So let's go here. Okay. So to be honest. So instead of trying to figure that out, manipulate it. I mean, might be better to take the taller one, short. All right.
Other what? I don't understand how that placed so quickly. It's really that pisses me off. Honestly. That really pisses me off. I don't get it. Yeah. Wow. Oh gosh. Maybe it wasn't good day ago. Maybe I fucked something up. Excuse my language. But damn. Come on, man. Okay, yeah. I did something wrong, apparently. Let's try this again. Just trying something here. Not because it's necessary. So I just want to see how a typical scenario, like having an interior, would actually look. And it might be something like that. And that's helpful to see because if I wanted to actually ever open this, it would look weird when it does. Excuse me. Let's change all of these to metal. Something I can deal with later. Hmm. Damn, dude. Sorry to hear that. I've been doing this all day. If you can see the length of my stream. The other day I did 12 hours straight. And then I took a break for 2 hours or something, came back in for 3 hours, paused the stream for another couple hours, came back in for 3 hours. Sorry to hear that, dude, but glad it's back up. I hope that you need some hot spots. Yeah, man, I be tripping when my internet's out. Even if I don't plan on using it, if the internet's out, I'll like go out of my way to figure out or work around it. Be tripping without it. Not even gonna lie. No, I think there is the snake just like doors. That's good. By the way, where are you from? I think I asked if you were in Memphis or not. Hell yeah. If you got YouTube Premium, formerly Red, I suggest putting your playlist together and then downloading that playlist into like an offline mode. Man, I did that one time with my son's movies that I bought on YouTube and on Google Play. And man, took his tablet on the plane and my phone and realized that I could access all those. And it definitely was a lifesaver for both of us because I was listening to music and he was watching movies that are down. Technically, just saved it so I'm fun. Let's see. Now, I don't know if we go that serious into detail with this. As you can see, I've been putting in work. Texas. What part of Texas? Every time somebody mentions Texas, I can't help but think about Billy Bob's. Stayed in Fort Worth for a while. Really fun. That's not saying I will make it. So it's gonna be. No, it's any workings. This does come up to a slight. I'm so crazy to be screaming like this. But I think I want to do it every day that I work, every hour that I work. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. It's like my walls are too thick. 4 terabytes server of movies and TV shows. Man, my movies and TV shows are. I think most of my stuff is purchased at this point, but I definitely do have a ton of movies and shows, cartoons, and I don't know where any of that is. Probably on this. This is my Yeah, that's a bunch of my shit on it. I don't quite have 4 terabytes of stuff. That just made me very curious as to where I put all my stuff that I had in my son's computer, and I think it's all still there. Do something real quick. It reminded me of something I needed to do. Segment, maybe. See if we can map a network. So what I'm doing is figuring out how to access my son's computer. Since I've reset everything, I forgot how I did this.
Second computer. properly connected.
So, CEFG. Essentially killed them and system things. We do that and so actually come down yeah. H J A N N so C typical slash media. Essentially, so Memphis, templates media is to essentially the rasher is supposed to be E or Thrasher media. So essentially, essentially, Thrasher. There we go. Media, local digits, commit to subscribe.
Okay. I just figured out how to remap all of my network drives, which means technically why this one doesn't tell me how much space I have in it. Whoa. 7 terabytes. Damn. What's on there? Artists. Assorted artists. Okay, a little bit of music. Assorted me. Oh. Okay. I got a lot of stuff to organize. This is video. All right. It's just good to know that now I have access to everything. Oh man, it's blazing fast. All the things that I thought I no longer had are still here. So maybe I can free up some space elsewhere. Probably doing all of that. Shit. A whole bunch of fonts that maybe I thought were missing. Maybe they weren't after all. Shit. It's a lot of shit. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to do. Like, I needed to do that. And his comments motivated me to pull through and make it happen. That's good news. Cool. All right, baby. Back in this joint. Back in this joint like I never left. Eat. Let's do this. Oh, fuck. Shit's pretty time consuming. But dang, son. We getting there done. You know what I'm saying? We getting done. We ain't making no excuses. We just making shit happen. Damn, that's about as high as it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Okay, maybe it's true. Maybe it is. Let it be. Gotta let it be. Yep. Yep. I don't even know. Maybe like
Man, don't tell me I've been using my webcam microphone this whole time. I know you lying. I know you lying. Bro. I've been, man. Bro. Y'all, I legit been using my, I haven't even, bro. This crazy. I haven't even checked to see which microphone I was using. And come to find out, I've been using my goddamn webcam microphone this entire time. Man. All my streams probably sound like doo-doo. Straight garbage. But okay. We back at it. Screw it. Now we know. It is what it is. Let's quit fucking around. And let's finish this building. That's some crazy shit right there. That's some real crazy shit. I could have sworn this was my default. I don't know what the hell is going on behind this, but this building must be torn to shreds, which is why they put this perforated metal in front of it. But listen, we're gonna let it be, and we're gonna start doing some polygroup edits. Man, this shit is ridiculous. I'm tripping about it. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of funny. But anybody on YouTube right now, let me know what's on your mind, cause I'm ready to talk about some shit. I just spent, I don't know how long that took me to map those hard drives, but they're mapped. The motherfuckers are ready. Crazy. Crazy. Oh boy. Life is funny. But life is good. It's funny, but it's good. I just need to remember that when I start working with these interior walls, that anytime I make significant polygroup changes at corners that aren't 90 degrees, that my wall is 100% likely to not be flush, parallel to the exterior. And I never thought about that before. I can't do it right there. Yeah, it's gonna have to stay like that. I never thought about that. Never considered it. This I am gonna have to change. I want to change it. So, and I didn't know that these weren't merged. The more you know. The more you know. But that begs to question, how different are these, if at all? Probably not very much. I don't think it really matters either way. Sheesh. Oh, that probably means I need to edit the bottom. It sure fucking does. Sure as shit. Hell yeah. It's the corners that I'm more concerned about. Why do I keep hitting edit pivot? The hell? Yeah, buddy. Oh. Yeah, we're going to change that. And since this is all at 90-degree angles, we shouldn't have any other major issues. Technically this one is a little higher. Let's be honest though. Shit probably doesn't matter, so I can probably I think these two meshes are the same, so if I change this one, it'll change the other one. Yeah, we're gonna keep it just like that. Alright, so I think everything is sorted. We got some good corners over here, some good topology on these corners. Anywhere that I can have that anyway. Because this was a... Oh yeah, I gotta do these too. This was a weird building to do. She was hella weird. I feel like I'm spending like a 1 day per building, and it really needs to be like 1 day per 5 or 10. Yeah. Oh shit. God, the Sims music is just, man, it's perfect. I feel bad for anybody that has never even played The Sims. Alright, let's check underneath. Have any other weird meshes that we need to fix? Yeah, not that one. Not much we can do there. We can check this one. Nope. Nope, we good. We good, baby. Text me if I'm still up. What time is it? $4:40. It was 4:40, shorty. 4:40, shorty. I'm not gonna worry about the doors on this one, except for maybe. Yeah, we're not worried about doors on any of that. As long as we got some windows on the front and everything else looks pretty solid, it's time to go ahead and merge these bad boys. Let's merge these buddies. Let's turn this one off. Oh, not that. I guess we can also do this one. Or we can do that one separate. Let's do that separate. Let's do that separate. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I might take a little bit of a different approach with some of this. But we are just going to go for it. We're going to union all of this. Oh, I wonder why my computer's restarting. What are you doing over there? Nobody asked you to update. Nobody. Or whatever you're doing. Brand new computer. Always changing shit. Windows, man, leave me alone. Let me do what I want with my computers. Quit updating my shit. Ah, damn. Y'all know how annoying that is? What's happening here? Okay. Let's see what we can rock with. See what problems we can find. Let's go ahead and hit them bottom faces at the same time. This is what I can say. If you don't like The Sims build music, you're boring. You can like all that other shit that you hear at the club, but if you can't rock some contemporary, I don't even know what genre this is, classical piano or jazz, I don't know what the timeline of our... What? Why can't I merge that? Do we have a face in there? Do we have a hidden face? Say it ain't so, baby. Say it ain't so. No, it doesn't look like we do. So we're going to have to delete this. Which is a shame. All right, let's do a bridge. Let's see maybe if this solves our problem. We're not gonna merge that yet. Hell yeah, baby. Yeah. That one is slightly different, so maybe I'll keep that unmerged. Man, these text, these, jeez. I am just going to keep all of that the same on the front and then white on the side. We are not about to go too crazy with splitting those textures if it's not really that necessary. You know what I'm saying? Oh, seamless. Literally and figuratively. The fact that I was able to merge all of those is really quite pleasing. Because typically when I have this type of, ah, damn, I fucked up. Fucked up. Hey, but you know what? The program fixed it for me. It did what it was supposed to do. Oh my goodness. That's rare. That's rare. That UE fixes my fuck ups without me having to jump through hoops to do it. Here in a minute though, I need to be real careful because I'm going to want to go ahead and save these changes before I accidentally click something that crashes me and forces me to start this entire process over. Because I get too excited. Then I accidentally click on like a transform gizmo in the middle of trying to select a face. And the whole program just freezes. Like, yo, what are you trying to transform, buddy? Fuck you trying to transform, buddy. It ain't happening. Yeah, then this shit just spazzes out. And then nothing gets saved. Story of my life. And I be deep into, I be deep in edits. Deep in the edits. All right, I think we solid. We solid, baby. Yeah. Although, oh yeah, that's good. That's good. We good. We golden. Yeah, baby. We straight. We straight. Oh, man. All right. Now comes the challenging part. All right, so let's say this shit. Fuck. Can't believe man, dude. My arm's really this long. Now comes the challenging part. Let me go ahead and accept this. Save it. Make sure it's not spatially loaded. And copy paste. Move this motherfucker in the air. And try to get these floors extracted. Convert. Polygroup edit. Okay. Let's see if it's going to give me a hard time or not. The goal is delete all the interior faces. Really, I can just, hell, I can just come from the side and practically grab all these walls and delete them. And then this gives me, you know, I'll take the floor here and here. and then do an invert and delete all these faces. With the exception of this. Which that tells me that I forgot to merge a couple of things. So polygroup edit, merge. And I need to do the same thing here. Whoops. Turns out I did miss something. All right. Now, what I want to try to do is take this polygroup edit. Can I select all and flip? Let's work from the top. And this should make it all that much easier. Now I just need to bridge some lines. And then see if the fill hole option is going to do what I need it to do. Ooh. And it did. And it did. And it did. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Oh, shit. Let's merge. Invert selection, delete faces. Oh my gosh, this has never been easier. We're going to save that for now. And I'm going to grab a box here. And then we're going to polygroup edit these corners. Really, it's just, this should just be a square, so this floor is going to be a little longer though, so let me pull this out to here. I'm going to make it slightly longer. It's going to be a concrete floor, I guess. Okay. Actually, out to this wall should be more than enough. And then I will just move this motherfucker up all the way up to here. And invert selection, delete those faces. Okay. And then all we have to do is union these. And there we have all of our floors, half of our ceilings. Oh, you know what? Real quick. I need to do something real quick. Forgive me. This shit isn't gonna work. We tried it from here first, I think. All right. We tried. We'll give it another 12 hours and see if we can try again a little bit later. Okay. All right. Let's see about selections. Can I select? It doesn't give me the ability to add extra coin. Like, what is any of this? To let's merge this. Like, flood select. Which would be very useful. Epic Games. but it's all good. It is what it is. Keep doing this shit manually. What the hell? Oh. What the helly? Merge. There we go. Yezerski. Yezer. Man, putting in that work, dog. You know what I'm saying? Alright. Alright, let's go. One piece at a time. Whoa, Nelly. That ain't what we wanted to do, is it? It is not. Man, I hear birds chirping. That means I've really been at it. I'm gonna have to think about how I want to handle this. And I think I already know. We're not gonna make a big deal out of it. But we are gonna lift this one up just enough. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen anything more beautiful. Man, dude. Crazy work, I'll tell you what, man. Crazy work. Crazy work. Yeah, boy. Let's go. I guess it kind of doesn't really matter. I could just, yeah, I could do this. Ain't no way it's that deep though. Ain't no way. Shit, maybe it is. Okay then. Damn. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. I know what to do to change it. Kind of messed something up, but it's an easy fix. Damn. So does that mean that I need to pull this wall up? Yeah, I guess so. Let's do that real quick. Not like that, it doesn't. No, definitely not. No. But I know what we gotta do, though. Oh, lordy. Polygroup edit and add an edge. We'll add an edge right here, and if I go to and select this node, if I just select this node and rotate, this, I can then make sure it's aligned here and accept. That gives me a new polygroup, which means all I have to do is grab this line and then move it up here. That's some weird shit, but it's gonna work. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yo, your boy is cold, man. Cold with this shit. Bro. Cold with it. Oh, my. But you know what it is. I've always been. Let's not trip. I don't think I want to slant this one. Or maybe I do. Yeah. 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 Tight. Fucking tight. Oh my god. Oh. Shit. The things that you think are going to be the hardest are actually way easier. And then all the shit that you think is going to be easy takes an hour. Oh, man. I can't believe I spent an hour editing a damn window. Man, this shit had me fire hot. Okay. Let's convert this first. Polygroup edit. What am I doing? Let's get rid of all this shit. Boop! Wait, damn. Wrong button. I mean, wrong thing. Boop. Let's see what we got. Yes, sir. We can get rid of this too. This should all be pretty much done. All right, let's do some bridging. Okay. And all we need here is basically the floor. So let's, I don't know which part of this is a roof. Pretty sure it's a merge. Yep. And all we have to do is maybe take this and duplicate it. And then grab this vertice and get it in the corner. See if we can finesse it. I think that one's already in the right place, but let's make sure. Okay then. Okay then. Shit. Oh. Man. Okay, let's edit our pivot before we start messing shit up. Super straight. Super straight. Super straight, brother. And you know what? Actually, I think I want this one to be right at the... I really want to say the sidewalk level, but that's probably not. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Maybe it should be. I don't know how practical that is. Okay. Good morning. It's 5:50 and y'all are watching me. Damn. Y'all must have been partying and popping fireworks or something. Huh. Like it's the 4th of July or something. I didn't do shit. Your boy just working. Alright, so I want to take this complete polygroup edit. I think I actually want to move this one up to this. Where them doors at? Door. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did. I'm gonna do the same thing for this. I forget that I can manipulate each one. Why I forgot that? Who knows? I just didn't think about it. But now you know, buddy. Now you know. Oh. Almost pushed accept. Because that ain't what I wanted. Okay, that's good. All the rest of them I think are good. Keep them as they are. Okay. Hell yeah, brother. All right. Let's turn that rooftop back on. Disable any other weird stuff. Yep. Okay, now I need to modify this. Copy, paste. Let me see what the process of fixing this would actually be, though. I believe it's doable. So let's do a weird bridge here. And then let's see what feel whole. Nope.